Test, test. Microphone works. That's a bit loose. Okay. Hi everybody. Hello. And welcome to Amber Skies. My name's Blades, and yes, this is the most professional show you'll ever see on the planet. Ha ha. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, I've just started. Nothing. Got nothing. Right. First of all, let's get things set up properly, shall we? Hello, Twitchy Twitch. Point 2. Done. Right, what else we got in here? Broadcasting. Okay, so it's this bottom one. Ba-da-boom, ba-da-boom. Yes, it's going to YouTube. So we can go public, we can have some tags. And that's on its way. Good. Let's have a look at YouTube. We have doesn't seem to be enough in here. I've got up to 10. That's good. That's good, but probably not good enough. Well, that's 11. And there's 12 that we're doing now, which was Wednesday. Today is Friday, probably. I hope it is. It is. It is Friday the 18th, and it's blowing a gale with rain and sleet and hail. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Why is my bit rate dropped? Hello, viewer. Good to see you. Well, everything seems to be working. We'll let Twitch warm up. It's obviously a bit slow today. Did I say I had mail? Really? Logins, yeah. Okay, that's them done. Lovely. Right, let's have a look at this. Yeah. So, Entity Component System. This may be the last broadcast on this subject. We'll talk about that. So, components stores data. How does this work? We have entities. We have many components, and you can have as many systems as you want, doesn't really matter. You can have one system that's worked on all components, or separate systems that work on certain components. You know, that kind of thing. But it's a way of organising data. That's what it's all about. Whoops, hit the board there. It's just a way of organising data. And how does that look at the end of the day? Well, yeah, there's that. In reality, if you look ECS up on the internet, it gets very, very complicated very, very quickly. But ECS is not complicated. The entity component system in programming is so simple it's untrue. You're about to see that because I did it at 4 o'clock this morning, I think. Yes, I woke up halfway through the night and decided to do it because there was nothing else to do at that point in time. I did go back to sleep, by the way. Yeah, I woke up at just after 4 and I finished it by 6 o'clock. I went back to bed at 6:41. So it took me 2 hours to go from what I'd left it with, which wasn't the demo, back to the demo. And that's using the ECS system. So 2 hours. What did I do? Well, the first, as you can see, the first thing that took about an hour, well, no, I'm joking. You can see that I reverted back to our first, just before the first idea for the ECS. And I wrote a quick second idea for the ECS and then looped it past. I then had to resolve the Git changes, as you can see, and that got us to test 2D layer now clear for new ECS. And that was at, sorry, 3:18. So it must have been 3 o'clock I woke up at, sorry. And then I wrote an ECS, which took 2 3/4 hours. But you can see that it took me quite a while to get this goddamn thing resolved. Okay. Git. How was it done? Well, I did it. I wrote it in C. I'll take my hat off. I'll say it straight away. I decided stuff the C++. It was giving me too many problems because I'm not a C++ programmer. And wrote it in C. So let's have a look at it. It boiled down to 1, 2, 3 headers and a scene. Yeah. So the first header, this is massive. And it's dated wrong. Oh yeah, my brain was still on the 17th, wasn't it? That's the main idea. We have 2 defines. We have a max entities of 1024 that are allowed in a scene at any one time. If you wish to change that number and increase it, you can do. Up to you. If you're doing a AAA game, max entities would be the same size as whatever half an int is. It'd be a large number. Put it that way. Because I decided that using vectors just wasn't right. It wasn't working for me. I suppose I could have used standard array, but as I said, I'm not a C programmer. I would have to look it up, work out how to use a damn thing, and well, yeah, there's that. So I just use an array. An old-fashioned, everyday C array. Very quick, but who cares? So yeah, there you go. That's a massive amount of code I wrote. That's your ECS system. All you do is you include ECS.h and a bundles away, you've got yourself an ECS system. It's standalone. So that changes to ECS. Just realised. Done. Might as well keep these in, these don't matter. I was just testing something there. Alright, that's that done. I've got an if def underscore hash debug. Alright, good, does go to that, good. As that's an if def, we should really do that to it. And it's easy to work out what the hell's going on. But it doesn't want me to do that, because if I do that, I hate this system. I'm never going to write another program in Visual Studio. Ever. That's a promise. I was about to write a game in this system, but with all the errors that it comes up with and all the difficulties it has in managing itself, there's no point. It basically has to take over my whole machine just for me to save a file. It's ridiculous. Right, so the ECS is up, done, good, 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 good. Right, so that's your ECS. That's your ECS include. Just check common. Look, you can see it twirling its fingers again, saying, oh look, you've just saved something. You don't need it in here. No, that's okay. We're not using a U32 now, we're using an I32. Right, so next file is the entity file. Now this is huge. This is the big file. The one that is the entity itself. It's pretty big. There it is. It took me a while to work it out. But as you can see, I don't have an entity. I just have a list of entities. If you remember, an entity is just an I32. I don't care about that. All I care about is how many entities we've got. And that unused define of -1 is used as the default to detect whether there's an entity there or not. So I can go through the whole of the entity IDs and find out which ones have been used. That becomes important later on, but not right now. So there you go. 2 huge files. It took me to write those in a lot of time. The components, I didn't really touch much. But I made a new enum. Let's just clean that up. There we go. That's cleaned up. I've only done 3 UUID name and transfer. I've done 3. So as you can see, these are the lit ones. These are the ones that we had already. And then all the rest of them, I just commented out. So our UUID component is a struct. A straightforward everyday struct. Which is a class, a public class in C++. In C, it isn't, it's just a set of data. And it does nothing, really. It's just holds data. The ironic thing is, I broke the rules on transform component. So that's your name component, so you can add a name to your entity, which you really should do. It's not for practical reasons, it's for debug reasons. Helps debug things, like finding out which entity is the odd man out and doing the wrong thing on screen. Interesting. Transform component should only be the data, but don't look at this bit here a minute. That's your transform component there, up to that line there. What I also added was a get transform, because all of that data goes to doing the model matrix, as I call it, but it's all now called transform. Boo. Which is rotation, translation, scale. You just multiply them together and make a matrix out of them. Very nice little piece of... So, RTS. If you're doing 3D programming, RTS is your transform, always will be, probably into the future, always has been in the past. Nothing special going on there, that's a standard piece of programming that you just throw in. I put it in here because this is where the data is, and that is a system, by the way. So really, you should have a class called transform. And that class would do this. Why bother? As it's a standard thing that you have to do on every single entity in your scene, and every single entity in your scene does actually have to have a transform, then why write a single system that every entity in your scene is going to act upon? And this is the only component that does this, and have to go through a class that does next to nothing. Actually, wouldn't it be a static class, a C class, or a C helper thing, and it would just work out the transform for you and do the calculation? Why not have the calculation available to you on demand? So that's why I broke the rules. No other reason. Other kinds that you might want to do: mesh components, sprite renders, circle renders, cameras, scriptables. I did want to do scriptables for you. Damn, I'm never going to get time now. Rigid body, box colliders, you know, bit of physics, collision physics, that kind of thing. All of that stuff. I was actually going to implement all of this over time. But you do that over time. You add your components as you go. To add a component, you add it here. Now, there's a problem with this simple ECS, as you're about to see. So we've done the E and we've done the C. And what does the scene do? Well, this is actually an entity manager. People will talk to you about entity managers. Well, that's what the scene is. Every entity belongs to this scene. You can see that I've taken the scene out of the components. It just wasn't needed. It's obvious where it is. Here's your header. So, they all include each other, by the way. So, common, amber skies. that's for later on. This slot is for later on when you do the textures, the perspectives, and of course all of the calculatable stuff like quadratics if you really want to. So there's only those three in operation at this point in time. GLMH, yes it is. We've got it in the transform component. So that one's in operation. So we can take out everything else. That's for quaternions if you ever want to use them. So those are the actual includes that you need there at the moment. So I talked about those two. Let's have a look at scene. Scene is the elephant in the room. Yeah, there's a bit of example usage that I quickly dragged out of an old C file that I had, so I could base this off it properly. So the scene has constructor, destructor, and on update. I'm not sure if that's going to ever be used. Don't know. It depends on how you want to really update your scene. Probably will be used. Add entity, remove entity, entity lookup component, and add a base components. And this will show you the elephant in the room. How do you add a new component? Well, it goes something like this. You add your new component here as a struct with its data in. You then name it comp, name, whatever you want to name it. And then you come here and you write a new function called add that component. With an entity ID, every single one of these has to start with that, and whatever you want, there's extra data. In this case, a name. That should be optional, so add base component isn't quite right. Who cares? Everyone's going to have a name at the moment because I'm debugging. This only runs in debug anyway. That's how badly written it is. Well, no, it's just how bad Visual Studio writes it. It's a big constructor. It's a big destructor. I'm not updating it at the moment. That's it. That's M3 written. Dead easy. Add entity is quite easy. You take in a name, you generate an ID. ID is unused. It starts at -1. That's interesting. We're not using that one, are we? I wonder why we're not using that one and we're using that one. In fact, what is that being used for? Oh, this is inside the object. Okay. So we're using the other one, which is 0. Okay. So generate ID equals the ID that you are currently holding within the scene. You then increment the ID afterwards, so the next ID is 1 more. That's not correct. that gets replaced so that we can reuse unused spaces. What you can do here is loop through your entities or your entity list and find the next unused space, and that becomes your ID. Because as you remove entities here, you're setting them back. So your entity IDs are here. That's from entity, entity.h. That's how you look. That's basically how you access them. What does that return as? Nothing. That's a type. That's an I32. So this is the simplest I could do it. So I've just generated it that way. That variable we'll get rid of in a second, because that's the first thing that we need to do to this to make it work properly. Well, unproperly. You then register in the list of entities that you have an entity. In other words, the ID gets placed into the list of entities, which is from 0 to 1024. So you place it in the same place. So your ID is actually your index as well, because it's an I32. So you're actually using your ID as an index, and that's the trick to the entities, the simple one anyway. And then in the registry, it shouldn't be generated ID, it should be that line there, inside there, but as it's all being used for the same thing, doesn't matter. So again, in the registry, you just add the entity ID for that entity. Let's just have a look at that registry again, because it just made me think about something. Again, the registry is just a list of entities. So it's repeated, really, isn't it? That's what I was just thinking. I could change that to entities and you just throw away that entity part there. That header file can be thrown away. That could be called entities, and it would still work just as good. That is how simplified I've made it, but you do need it later on when you make it more complicated. So we have a registry, and then you add your base components, and to add components you have to add them all individually. So for each component that you have that, which is make a new one and put it in and just add it to your registry. That doesn't look right, but it is. I'm sure it's right. Registry, yeah. Goes into the... yeah, registry is in the object, yeah. Ah, that's why you need it. Got you. And each registry, there are max entities numbers of registers. Each one of them is an object comprised of the ID and another array of components. A void star. Remember that void star that I was having troubles with because it really, really was bugging me? Well, it goes in here. It's still there. It doesn't matter as much this time. It makes things a lot nicer. So every time you want to add a new component, you have to put add. You have to make a new thing called add component. First coffee of the day. Well, I suppose, if you don't count this morning. Awkward? Not at first. But by the time you get to about the 100th component, you might be getting a bit sick of it. To remove an entity, it's quite simple. You just make it equal to unused. And you go through the components. And you just delete the components. Once you've deleted the components, the registry can then become unused for that entity. Why do we do this? Because of this generation of ID. So the registry holds all of these IDs, I suppose. Well, And this is why I have entities and a registry here. So what we could do instead get rid of this MID thingy. Coffee's going too well. The array size never changes, so that's perfectly okay. We can use a 4. And it's going to be I32. We'll call it next ID. Or generated ID. May as well call it the same thing. I have to come. And I don't have to alter the code. For each, well, ID within that will set up that within a for loop. Don't like that. I'm going to keep that outside the for loop because I don't know how that's going to react. This is C++, it does weird things. So, for each generated ID within our entities, in the list of entities, what we want to do is ask, does it exist? Thank you. Entities is a struct. You go inside the struct, you've got a number. It's easy to do a for next loop. I'm going to do a for next loop. I don't like this for each thingy. So, generated ID. So now I can put it in the for next loop. I don't know how that's going to react. It's not C. Well, it is, but it's got a plus plus on the end. Generated ID is less than max entities. You can't use the last one because there's something there that you don't want to be looking at. So that's your loop. Simple as that. If this is the part I love, it's got an if statement in. I'm never going to use another if statement in my life after today, I hope. If that line there is equal to unused, which is -1, you can't have a -1 ID. Then all we have to do is break. And that will give you your ID. So as you remove things, you will replace them with new entities. I'll give you an example. If you were to fire a gun within the first-person shooter you have made, you would have an entity which is a bullet. If that was a machine gun, you'd have a lot of bullets. Each of those bullets is an entity, as it has to have the physics worked out for it as it travels through your scene. And it might hit something as it travels through your scene, so it's got a collision component. And depending on what it hits, obviously you have to take some action. But when it hits or goes out of the scene, out of the camera's scene anyway, your particular part of the scene, it's no longer required. Unless you want to see how far the bullet's going to go and then affect it something like 2 miles down the road, and people don't usually do this kind of thing within games because they're not supposed to be realistic. And then you delete it. That's a lot of bullets you just whacked into your ECS, and if you do, you know, your 1024 is going to get used up quite fast. The same goes for a firecracker. A firecracker has all of these light things coming out of it, making nice sparkly effects. And each one of those sparkles is an entity. But once your firecracker is dead and no longer on fire, you don't need those entities. Actually, those entities probably only last 1 second. But that's 60 frames. So you have to keep them around for 60 frames. So any entity that lives for more than a frame, you have to place in here. And most entities do, or most things in your scene live for more than 1 frame. So we can do it this way, so we can reuse. That causes a whole heap of problems which I'm not even going to talk about. If you want to know more about those problems and what's going to happen within your game as it grows, once you get past the simple game of using 1 to 100 entities, you then need to do some reading and alter all of this. Unfortunately, you then have to go to the next stage of the ECS. A simple ECS will quite happily handle 100. Well, actually, it'll handle anything up to 50,000 entities, but that's got nothing to do with it. Or 50 million. Depending on what is the biggest int I32 we can have. I mean, I can show you a scene with this many entities in if you want. It's quite an interesting scene. It's going to be C++. We are using highest number in an int 32 underscore t. What is the maximum value for an int 32? There we go. I want signed. Why did they give back an unsigned? Plus 2 to the 31. So that's 31 zeros. Two to the power 0 equals 1, yeah. Oh, right, sorry, no. 2 to the power 10 equals... you've done it that way. I just want to know the frigging number, you dirk. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. 2 million. So if I wanted to do 100 or 100,000 entities, I could easily do 100,000 entities within that. Okay. I wonder if my computer would slow down. I think it would. So that's 2 million. We'll put that number in, so I don't have to keep blooming well locking it up. Max for I32 equals that number there. If you go above that number, it becomes minus. That's why I needed to know the signed one. Because, of course, integers can be plus or minus. So you're actually wasting 2,147,483, sorry, 1,646. You're just not using. So there's a lot not used there. You could go for minus, unused equals minus that number. Minus 1 actually, you'd have to go for 46. No, I think you could use 47. Interesting. But it's OX and a lot of Fs. 32 Fs. Or so. Something stupid like that. No, it's not 32, it's 8, 16, 32. Yeah. OXFFFF. You could put it to that, and then it's the big number. And then you could use everything from minus blah 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 there. You could probably double your entities doing that. If you want to go to like just around 4 million. It's your choice. I picked 1024 because that's 1K. 1 kilobyte worth of, well, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to work it out properly. Can't be bothered today. That's not what I want to do. So that's your very, very basic. So to add a new entity is very, very simple. You would add yourself an enum, but not as a bump. You'd probably use a comp because it's a component, and you will give an example like that. You put a comma after it, and now you've got a comp count as well. You would then need to write a struct called believe it or not example. So I'll show you it in the making. I need to borrow you a minute anyway. Okay. You do need the constructors. That's the constructor, that's the copy constructor. I'll put all these notes in here for you. I'm kind of like that, aren't I? So this would be we'll give this one an I32 and we'll just call it some piece of data. More data. So you can have as much data in here as you want, specifying anything that you want. And you probably name it as something that resembles what that piece of data means to you. This is the constructor. It's not actually obvious by the way I've written it. So that would be your constructor. It doesn't have to be default. That would equal whatever. If that doesn't equal something, you have to put it in your constructor. So you would have I32, the data, and then you would have a colon, and then you would have to go through the list of things like some piece of data, open brackets, the data. You get the idea. You'd have to start doing that with commas, etc., etc. Does that equal default anymore? I doubt it. So you'd have to take that off. There. And do that. And you can put in there any bits and pieces that you might need to do with this data to make it equal, like multiplies or do any kind of maths in there. So you can actually do a full constructor. If you want to. You wouldn't normally. So that doesn't have to be default, can be as complex as you wish. It can also inherit, of course. There we go. This, however, isn't your constructor. This is your copy assignment. Oh, did I just put it back? No. Good. You two. What does it allow you to do in reality? Shallow copy. Your component. If needed. I'm going to say shallow copy because you shouldn't be deep copying. Not components anyway. In other words, you should only do this kind of thing if needed. So that's your copy constructor. Alright, so that's all there is to it. That's all there is to a component. It's just a set of data constructor and a copy constructor. Do you need anything more than that? Well, you could do any of the other 3 constructors you want in here. You can put a destructor in, which is the other one. Then you'd have 3. What other constructors are there? There's 2 others in C++, isn't there? Copy assignment. Well, assignment's an operator. You can put all your operators down here. You can have that in as well. Constructors, destructors, C++. I'm a researcher, I'm not a programmer. Class. Why have I got cars? What's that got to do with that? Class. What is a class? No, I don't care about that object definition yet. Class, public, blah blah blah, int main. So you've just got the 5 default on that. You haven't even put any in. Yeah, right, okay, that's fecking useful. Wiki. Give me the wiki. Not on the Mercedes-Benz, you plonks. Global and local class, yeah, blah 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 blah. Member functions, inherit, overload, the operators, constructors. Here we go. Okay, default constructors. Destructor, yes. It doesn't even say in here on the wiki. Oh, you spanking people. That's S-P-A-N-K. Spank, I just said. There's 5 of them. And I only usually need them when I can remember them. Never mind. You know the basic 3. Construct, destruct, and copy. No. Then of course you can overload. I should say overload operators if required. But that's how you'd make a component. You make them as simple as you can, obviously. Otherwise you'd go insane. Now, once you've got your example component, you've got it in your enum. Some piece of data, right? Okay, that's fine then. That'd work. Whoops, no, it won't. You have to set it to something. You can't just leave it blank. In the header file for your entity manager, which we've called scene, you would come down here, and before private in public, you would put something like void add example. I'm going to leave this in, by the way, component, so you can use it and look it up. Date if required. I don't need any data for the example component. As you can see here, you can take arguments. So it's args if required. Okay. So like arguments here, entity. Oh, it has to take an entity ID, doesn't it? So it's an I32. Oops. Which is why when you add an entity, you get an I32 back, by the way. That's entity ID. That has to be there. That's not a choice. Let's just pop you on. We'll create you. Yeah, we'll come to you in a second, mate. Don't get fancy. That's the other reason I decided to stop using this. Does things I don't want. I know it's nice when you first see it and everything, but it does get in the way after a bit. So this is your example component. You would have an add example component. Remove entity or remove component. I haven't even done, have I? So you'd have to have an add component, and for every add you have to do, of course, void remove component. This is what you have to write for every component at the moment. That would take an entity ID. So an I32 entity ID. The reason I've put it back onto a single line is because Visual Studio, once you get past about 10 to 20 files, starts complaining about things because it can't keep up. And then what would you need? The component. So that would be an enum. Is it an enum? No, it's just an I32. Like that. We now wait. Yes, thank you. And it does that nicely to us. Now I can break it down into separate lines and it won't screw up on me. Okay. So you've got to do this for every single component that you want to add after your base components. Because every entity has to have the base components, you don't need to do it for this. Your base components are there. Right, that will give you two of the lovely thingies here to play around with. That's okay. adding a component isn't too bad. So it's registry, entity ID, component. I'm guessing that's going to be example. I don't know what I've called it. Could be. You see how it stays white? Jesus, this system's slow. It's got too slow for me to even be able to work on it now. What slows me down is this thing and the fact that I can't remember anything. It's because now I have to go and check. Let's look back at your memories. That's hilarious. I don't have any. I have long-term memories. I don't have short-term ones. That would be a new example component. So what else do we need to alter? Our list of entities. So you have to do all of this where that comes under entities here. So you've got to repeat all of this code. No, you just added a component. No, you don't. You're providing that, aren't you? So we've got the entity ID. So your entity's already been created. All you are doing is adding a component. So yeah, that's all you need to do, folks. Great. To remove that component is the fun bit. Because what you have to do is the component part here. So we have to take the registry of components, and that will be for, oh god, you know what I haven't done? It's example. You have to do one for each, don't you? So we already know. See, this is where I hate it, because yeah. My bad. Okay, that lines up nicely. The longer I program, the slower it goes as well. So registry entity dot component if open thingies, and it's comp underscore example is not equal to unused, delete it. It's a void star, isn't it? I think we can delete a void star quite happily. Void star component. That's why I was thinking we needed it. Equals that. That now replaces that. Good grief, that weather's awful. Okay. Let's try a null pointer instead. That might help us out because it's a star. It's a pointer. Then we delete component. And now... Oh my god, it's raining in through the window. Oh, sugar, it's slightly open, that's why. Copy. Now, you don't have to do this line. This next line. But I don't trust the computer. That's a little bit of an assert by me, saying that, hey, look, that has to equal a null pointer. Because later on, in remove entity, we've got the same problem. Where we have to go through everything, and I need it to be a null pointer for that delete to work. So, yeah. And also under destructor, doesn't matter. It's an object. It's a flat object. It's not a pointer. So it'll get destroyed anyway. Weird, but true. That gets destroyed when the destructor hits automatically. So that's fine. You don't need to put it in the destructor. Isn't that nice? And that's how you remove an add a component and remove a component. You have to write those two functions for every single one that you decide to have in your game. Can you see a problem with that? Well, obviously, the AAA game doesn't do it this way. So to help you out, maybe you're writing a AAA game. I know I am. But I'll never finish it now. But that's beside the point. So I hope that was helpful. How do you add and remove entities? That's already been placed in there. Add and remove components. Lookup components. Is there a lookup entity in this? There isn't. Do you need to? No. It's easy to keep track of your entities, so no. Because you can have an entity of any number being generated or added to your scene at any time, you can have a specific entity number or entity value for your player, for instance. I usually use 69. Or 64, actually. Oh, what was this one? Windows security. Oh, well, I'm sorry, but Windows has no security. I don't know what you're talking about. It's easy to hack. So what's the point of you checking? Stupid goddamn system. Even I can hack blooming Windows, for God's sake. So that's basically how it is, folks. That's the simplest you can make an ECS. Let's have a look at trying to give you some better information. Let's try that one. Right, so it's bisquid. What I would say is that is possibly the best one to look up. Because it's got the building a data-oriented entity system part 1 in it, and you prefer the data-oriented, please prefer this. You can have any other different type you want. This, what I've just written, will expand into any kind of ECS system that's out there today, as long as you write enough code. Data-oriented entity system. Okay. So if you were to look up on Google, I'm guessing, maybe not Microsoft Edge. Thank God this is possibly going to be the last time I see this thing. So I would look up Bisquid. And then I would go for data-oriented entity. Does it say entity system? Yeah. So Bisquid, data-oriented entity system. Hit return, see what we get. And look down of these for Bisquid. Oh my God, where is it? There's a lot of awesomeness going on there. Are you telling me it has to be hyphenated? Try it with hyphens in. You mean you can't see it from here? Is it that top one? No, that's code. Alright, we'll put the last hyphen in then. So I might be able to get away without that. What the hell? Why can't you find it on here? How am I going to get this to you? How can I get this address to you? We'll put it in the ECS system. We'll put it into ECS.h for expanding the system. Literally, that tells you how to expand it, really. There you go. It's in the file. Just control click on it and it'll take you there. That gives very good information on how to design a proper ECS system, which is not this simple. Problem is, that would probably take me about a week to do. So how do we use this in practice? Let's have a look at Sandbox. So here, that's Sandbox CPP. Now let's have a look at the test layer. Okay. This struct is no longer needed. I don't think it is anyway. I don't think I'm using it anymore. Position size, I might be using colour. I'll keep it in for now. Actually, I'm using colour, aren't I? Test 2D, because I haven't got a materials component. Should have written that as the example, shouldn't I? Huh, there you go. So, initialize our first quad. Quad 1, remember this gets destroyed at the end of onAttach, so we won't have that later. But there's a reason I did it this way, is to show you how you get that. You can either store that into your own array of entities using max entities. It's there for you if you want to use it. But in this case I just wanted to do it freelance type style. Main scene, add entity, and I've given it a name. If you didn't have names, which are only for debug purposes by the way, you can take that out of the final version. You could for next loop it, couldn't you? Because you don't really need these. Yeah, think about that one. You could create 10, 20 entities at once in a for next loop and just add them and then deal with them how you want afterwards. Debug output, just so that I knew that it was working properly. I've left in there so you can activate that and have a quick look and see what the output is. Auto transform component equals, yes, we still have the cast because it's a void star. Main scene entity lookup, quad 1 component transform. A lot cleaner than it was the last time I tried. And then of course I'm going to put the translation to whatever. You've also got access in the translation to position, size and rotation. So you can do all of them as you'll soon see. Quad 2, add entity. Transform. Got the translation. We don't have the colour thingy. Scale. Doesn't make sense for that to be there anymore. So that's one we haven't done. So you can do your translation and you can do your scale off your transform. Notice I haven't called it position. I've put it back to transform. Yes, I know. I know. I buckled under the pressure. I usually call it position because as 3 numbers it is a position to me. And the translation is a model matrix to me. So yeah, there you go. That's the differences. Initialize background color, everything remains the same. On update, I pull out the transform for each of the quads, 0 and 1. You see, I can just stick a number in there. Really, you probably keep hold of your scene entities within an array and call the array. I would think. But this is a system. This is the S part of a system. Yeah. Let's make it into a system, shall we? So it would be rotation system, I guess. Entity rotation system. And that's another thing I don't like. Entity rotation. So let's make our first system. So we've now got a full ECS. You don't need to pass anything in. I can put it here. It doesn't need to reply. It's acting on components which are stored elsewhere. There's our system. There's our new fandangled system. Only trouble is, I still need those 2 lines. Because I'm using them for the draw command. Have I saved any lines of code? No, I've just made more. Don't you worry about it. I haven't added the colour and I haven't, so that's your materials. So obviously I would have to hit auto material for each one as well. Again, this would be a for next loop. Probably. So you would halve the lines of code quite quickly. I didn't manage to get these 2 into one call, one function, which is really annoying. Should be. You should be able to pass in a texture of null pointer or something, or null, or whatever. Like that. Now we could loop them. We have the problem with the colour. We haven't got the material components, so we can't loop them yet. Maybe that's what I'll do today then. Turn this into a loop. Once you've got this into probably a loop, you would say update scene. You'd call on update for the scene, and all of this code would then go into the on update for the scene. Obviously. Then would you need to keep track of all of your entities? Now, because I'm on a Radeon, I have to have two different... it works on NVIDIA as well if you have two different functions. But on a Radeon you definitely have to have two different functions, because otherwise when I load the textures they overwrite. For some... because I haven't got a texture library yet. That might be a thing to make. A texture library. That would help, I guess. How would it work with a null pointer? Probably easier than any other way I've just thought of. Are we in Renderer 2D still? Yes, we are for this. So draw quad with a texture here. Brings in a reference to a texture. If texture is equal to a null pointer, then draw quad position size rotation and color. Check it works. There's an awful lot of rubbish in there. What's that all about? Did I remove a semicolon somewhere, do you think? Do you think? No, it looks okay. I haven't got any red in here. Alright, let's have a look. Output. Map4 is not a member of GLM in components.h. You need that one. I didn't realise this needed such rubbish. And scale. So it does need this rubbish. Wow. I was wrong. Transform quad 2 rotation radian Z. Exception thrown. Read access violation. Transform quad 2 was null pointer. Why was that a null pointer? Because that's a null pointer. That one isn't. Quad 1's fine. Quad 2's having issues. So Quad 2's just disappeared into thin air. We don't store it. That's interesting. Why did Quad 2 disappear on us? Exited with code 0, so it's quite happy that that happened. But there was something else going on here. A lot of something else going on here. That's all loaded. That's all loaded. Natives. Okay. So somehow Quad 2 just vaporized out of the arena. Remove it. Now we can't draw Quad 2. As it suddenly vaporized out of the arena. Did I mess something up? This is what keeps happening with C++. What happened to Quad 2? Why has it suddenly disappeared? So these are done in exactly the same way, each one of them, so they do get added. We know that, we saw the demo. But now Quad 2 mysteriously disappears here. There's only one way I can check or test that. Entities are I32s. So what I can do is make an I32 here called scene entities. Entities. May as well have a number of them. Let's go for max entities. It's something that we have lying around, so we can use that. Put any number you want in here. But we have this, so may as well. And we'll set it to -1 because it's a useful number to have. So unused. Okay. So I'm going to keep hold of it this time. do I want to complicate this? Well, it doesn't really complicate it, does it? That's an I32. That's an I32 I can replace. So m underscore scene entities quad 1 equals quad 1. Trying to keep this as simple as possible, and already it's messed up. Quad 2. That's just a number, so what's that got to do with the price of fish? No idea. We now have stored our entities like good people. Don't really need to mess about too much here. Right, so that would replace that. Quad 2 it doesn't know. Right, so it can't replace that. Okay. Just with a little bit of storage, what's going on in here? There's a lot of stuff going on in here that's not supposed to be happening. You can't draw quad 2. Okay. You can't draw quad 2. Let's put this to see, all it does is replace this number. I don't understand. That's how simple I'm making this. Scene entities. Just put the 1 in there for now. The transform for quad 2 is there. The translation is possibly right. Doesn't look right. X, Y, Z. No, that's not. Well, that's not what I set it to. That's interesting. You see, quad 1, if I hover over it, everything's correct. Now, quad 2 doesn't exist. Why? What did I change? How can it suddenly vaporize? Because it does. It just disappears. Ha ha ha, love it. Here we go. Oh god, why did I just do that? Stop. Press the wrong thing again. Step into. Add entity. Quad 2. Generate an ID. Ah, this is what I changed. Generated ID is 0. One. Oh! I've got that wrong, is the answer. This doesn't work, this for next loop. I told you I wasn't certain about it. Because it hasn't been initialized. So to make that work, we do actually have to have something in here. Great. We'll set them up properly. Yeah, that'll do. Step in. So it equals 0, doesn't break, gets to 1, and breaks. We now have an ID. Thank you, that's what was happening. Our ID was being destroyed by my stupidness not to initialize an array properly. Okay. Texture is empty. Somehow I've now lost my texture. All I did was add that. Why does that alter my texture? It says it's empty. How can that ref of the texture be empty? I thought we kept hold of that ref. We haven't touched the textures. We just added that line of code. Run that again. Oh, does it return from that? I didn't return the value, did I? Yeah, we draw the quad, but we then carry on. Whoops. Another lovely mistake. Pathing. So here, when we actually draw the quad, after we've drawn the quad, we just carry on down here. And of course there's no texture. That's why we drew the quad using the other one. So yes, I'd like to draw the quad. It's a void, so we can just return. Okay. There it is. Nothing is rotating. So our rotations have stopped. Cool. And this has gone back to being normal. Good. So we have stopped rotating. Fantastic. I'll put that back in anyway. We should be okay with that. There we go. All works. Now you've got to that stage and everything's working. We can do the next part. Let's see how much of this we can do. Entity rotation system now is done by a system, which obviously wouldn't be in this file. This would be done on update, usually within the scene. The movement, rotation and everything like that would be worked out by your physics system and user input, obviously. So that wouldn't be worked out here, put it that way. But we've got it here because we haven't got that system in place. Transform quad 1, blah, blah, blah. This now works. And we know for certain now that we can replace that number with that. Whether it has a texture or not now no longer matters. We are only going through the textured output, either with a texture or a null pointer. The next thing that we need, though, to be able to make this into a loop, so that it doesn't have to be here. That's the whole objective of doing this, is that this code doesn't have to be here, and shouldn't be here. You just call on update and it takes care of everything. Then you don't have to carry on working out what you've got in your scene. Once an entity is placed into your scene and all the components are added that you wish to add to it, you do not need to track them. The entity will do whatever the entity does because of the components. It will act in the defined way that the system operates on those components. The user doesn't have to care. Unless they've got their own little system where, like here, they're rotating in opposite directions. But even that will be done by the system, your physics system. It will decide which way something's rotating. Animation system will update any animations, you know, that kind of thing. So you can write gloriously, wonderfully complex systems if you wish to. A bit like this one is here, all 4 lines of it. But now we need a material system. We don't have a choice. Well, we don't need a material system, we need a material component. We don't have any material systems as yet. Actually, this could be the beginnings of one. But it's also the reason why I wanted an ECS. But if you notice, we're not actually altering the platform stuff anymore. We're actually doing the engine, which is better. So start with the component. Always start at the component. There's our example component. I'm going to keep it in there because I don't care. We could use it actually. No, I'm going to leave it there for you lot, in case you want to modify any of this. Okay, so this is now halfway to... Okay. So this is the first steps. I might make a mess here, so into an on scene update. I'll call it an automatic because it is automatic. And only baby steps. I'm finding that baby steps are the best way to go, because I sometimes digress. There you go, that's all that information there for you. All online. You poor, poor people. After what I was researching last night, you don't want to know. Right. Are you allowed to delete Windows Defender from Windows? Maybe that's something I'll try tomorrow. Oh, Twitch export to YouTube succeeded. That's the only important message in that lot. So yeah, that's going up on Wednesdays. He's going up on the internet, definitely, to show how befuddled my brain gets. And one of the reasons it's now time for a new series, simpler one that I can cope with without half killing myself and having to take days off. So, yeah, we've got UI. We'll take our example component. We will copy that because it's our example. We'll pop it in here and we'll rename it to material. Now a material is going to contain anything you want. Colour and texture. GLM, colon, vec4. Colour. And that should be white. By default, otherwise you won't be able to see it. If things go wrong, you'll never know. And there's another reason for it, but that's beside the point. For a better texturing system. Finally bring you in. It's a texture 2D. Oh, that could cause a complication, but I'm not going to tell you about that either. You see, what I'm about to write is ref. Is this legal? Is this weather legal? Just call it texture, I suppose. There could be multiple textures per material, so that really should be, this should be an array. That's a ref, that's a pointer. So if I put it to equal to a null pointer, it's going to kill itself, isn't it? Yeah. It is. Just going to kill itself. Expected an identifier. Oh yes, of course you did. I like the way all the red things go away as soon as I do a copy. I think that's quite funny. Okay. Are we happy? That's your component. It doesn't matter where you put it in the table. Material will do. Makes things a lot easier on doing this kind of thing. I mean, if you wanted to write a material system right now within the whole of this, it would be a lot more complicated than about what I'm about to do. But we don't need it complicated. We only have two items. We only have a colour and a texture. Entity doesn't care, ECS doesn't care, Scene cares. Now you can see the problems. Yeah. So, this is material. You see, you don't need a material on a component, on an entity, because the cameras don't have materials. You can't see them. Think about it. It's an optional. You don't see every component, every entity within your scene. Args if required, I think we can get rid of that line. But what we do have to add is colour and texture. So that would be a GLM map4. No, vec4. Better. Colour. And a... It's going to be a ref, isn't it? Hope this works. A ref. I don't know if it will. Don't care if it does or not. Texture 2D. Texture. Remove material components is just the entity ID. Always is. That doesn't change. Now, Visual Studio, in its infinite wisdom, can only identify that. Why can't we get squigglies here? Do we have to wait now for Visual Studio to realise what we've just done? What is wrong with this system? What's happened here? Oh. Visual Studio can't cope, it would seem. For Visual Studio to be able to cope properly, I have to put it all on one line. It would seem. Which means you need a screen wider than you want to have. Okay, that information is now saved to Visual Studio. Do you want to whir away a little bit for me? Do I need to go and have a cup of coffee before we continue? Do you think? Who would work with a system like Visual Studio, honestly? There you go. Yes, I just had to do that. Otherwise we would be here all day waiting for it to work it out. A little pathetic. Never again. Why? Because I write down the page. Why do I do that? Because I want to really be able to do that. Don't I? You see, you can't see it. When working on code, it helps if you can see what the hell the code is. Let's add the material component. Good grief. We'll add a material, and it would be a new material component. We now have to add in the colour and the texture that we have been given. Will it allow me to do it from here? It might. Interesting theory. That's the registry. What about the object itself? We have to pull it back out, don't we? Yes, we do. We are pulling materials out in the scene, aren't we? So we can just use that same idea. Try and keep it standardized. Like that. I know I can't directly tackle it. So once we've added the material, we then have to get it back. Get rid of you for a second. So we'll just call this material. Entity lookup component. It is the entity ID. And I want the material, please. Right, now I have the material, I can set it. Color equals color. Material. Texture. This is going to be fun. I bet it doesn't hold a texture. Equals texture. Yeah, this is where the referencing system comes in. If the texture dies, I need to know about it. I need to know about it. So we are going to have to turn it into a ref. Sorry, but we are going to have you as a ref. Yeah, okay, it said it's okay. Do you believe it? I don't anymore. Seriously, I don't. I have so many doubts about this system now that, And that's it. That's all you have to do to add a material component. You set your component, you look it back up because you haven't got it. All you've done is you set it, or created it. So you create it, retrieve it, and set whatever you need. Remove material component. Is probably going to be the same as this. But we don't need to delete it because it's a reference. Oh, we do. Ah, is that a good idea? The texture could be used in other things, so we can't delete it. So what can we do? Well, we can't delete it, so that's those two bits out of there. We're not allowed to. So all we're left with is that. If we turn it into a null pointer and there's nobody else using that reference, then it will delete itself. It's self-deleting. So you've got to be careful of that. So only use that for a raw pointer. Otherwise you're going to have yourselves a bit of a problem there. Always remove from registry, because you're deregistering basically. Right, that explains that a bit better. And it would help if we do it to the material. So what that does is that accesses... got it all on one screen now at long last. That accesses that line there in the object. Because the registry is an object. The object is at max somewhere within this array. It's in this array at that point. So we can then access that object, the component part of it, which is here, and it's the component material within that array. It has whatever the enum is for that component material. In this case it's 3, so that's position 3 because it's an enum, an enumerated value. It takes it out of the list, which is in your components here. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's the number 3. That's all that means. It just means that the number that we are calling the number 3, whatever we call it. That's all that means, that, by the way. These enumerations, that's what an enumeration is. It enumerates something in text to a number. That's all it does. It's not very complicated, really, but it does it in order. It automatically does this for us. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It just counts down. It does it all for us. goddamn nice, and I've made it into a type def so that it is an actual type. A component is a type, like integer or whatever. You can make your own types, basically. C++ and C can do the same thing. Doesn't really matter. And then all we do is we stick it to a null pointer so that we can't reference it anymore, use it anymore, or anything like that. The entity, though, can live on. You might want to replace it with something else. So you would add a different component, or just leave it without that component, and that component would stop being acted on. Maybe, I would say the transform component, but you can't delete those. Maybe it goes invisible. No, because then you turn the texture into an alpha. You turn the alpha value off the texture. Maybe you want to keep the material but remove the entity from the scene. You could just remove the material. That's an interesting way of doing it. That would actually remove it from the scene. Might put a material on your camera for debugging, and for release you wouldn't want that material on your camera, so you can not put it on in the first place. Would probably be better, but there you go. You'd think of a reason to do it, trust me. And that should add and remove materials. If I've done it right. Okay, let's try adding and removing our first material. We have to add a colour and a texture. So we're actually adding lines of code now. Great. Where's the texture? Whatever. Doesn't matter. So we are going to go to our scene. We are going to say add a material component to whoever. 0 is our first entity, and we want to add a colour. One 0.0f, because there isn't one. That's going to be interesting. I wonder if what'll happen now. Can't write it like that. Okay. GLM vec for Don't want a colour, so I'll just put that in. That's wrong. Always set it to white. Textured. If solid texture. Just a note, really, I guess. And then it wanted, what was it? The texture itself. That's it. That's all it should want. Will that work? Can't see why not. Looks like it will. I'll come back to here. Auto. Material quad 1. Equals. Amber. Material component. Start. Main scene. Where's it gone? There it is. Zero. And it's amber. Component. Material. That just looks like a hash defined, doesn't it? A macro. No real need. So now we've got the material, we should be able to say, I want the texture. Like that. Material. And it accepts it. Now the colour we put to 1, haven't we? So it's white. The texture we put to texture, which is our test texture. Yeah, that's all good and well, but this no longer works. Well, look what we can do here. We've got this quad 1 colour thingy again. So, material, quad 1, colour. Look at the highlighting we're getting. It works. So that proves now that the ECS is 100% working. And if you're interested in, there's an alpha value here that you can pick around with as well. Yes, you can fade objects in and out using the alpha value on the colour. And that's the reason why textures should have colour. Yes, they are always usually white, but that colour can be very, very useful. Just an interesting thing in Msvcrt. So now everything works there. Let's do the same for quad 2. Well, quad 2 doesn't have a texture. But I'm still going to add it here, aren't I? Yeah. I am. Because I can. This clear colour thing, it can go where the hell it likes. Can we just get that out of the way? Doesn't matter where that goes. That's irrelevant. That's just an OpenGL command, isn't it? Look at the highlighting. All we did was move it. So I'm finding Visual Studio too slow to be useful anymore. In fact, it's stopping me from progressing rather than anything else. It's way too slow. I'm finding that with most IDEs, which is fine. So here's the colour. Add material component to number 1. We don't want a texture. That's easy enough. That's a null pointer. And the colour we want is this little baby here. And I've broken my macros somehow, and I don't know how. So I'll borrow you for a colour. And notice the alpha is 0.5. Alpha equals 50% see-through. I don't know how to do see-through. Is it all one word? No idea. Is it hyphenated? Do I know English? No. It's just a language I use. I don't really want images as see-through, thank you. It's 2 words. Oh, but not those 2 words. So, why can't you understand what I've just written? Because you've got a semicolon there, not a comma. Alright, so that material we have set now to see-through. We now have to tell it to draw it that way. I didn't have to define anything stupid there, did I? So we've initialized the texture. We're adding our materials. And I think I'm happy with that part. Good. Let's grab a material. I don't really want to do it there. Okay, quad 2. You can see that this is now becoming a little silly. Because it is. It's supposed to. Amber, material component, main scene, entity lookup, component on 1. This gives it away a little bit, I guess. If the weather doesn't. There you go, we've now got the material for quad 2. Which is a null pointer in this place here. I've already defined the colour. A lot of repetition going on, isn't there now? So all of this is now repeated. All of this is now repeated. Very few changes are going on. I don't think there's any changes here except for the quad 2 bit. And the material bit. If you're wondering why we're only using scale X and scale Y, that's because we're not using the Z, which is 3D, not 2D. This transform is 3D, but hey ho. And it's also the wrong thing. That should be a matrix goes in there. Not doing that straight away. The scene does not change. Everything works. It just works. And that is the simplest ECS system I can come up with. But now look at all of this horrible, horrible gunk. What do we think to all of this? It's awful, isn't it? The camera is here. It's not been moved to the scene yet. But all of this stuff isn't required here anymore, is it? We now have a scene with entities. Everything in here is an entity. It doesn't belong here anymore. It belongs here. It doesn't know what a renderer 2D is. It doesn't know what mscene entities is. It doesn't know what an mscene is. Good. Fantastic. Yeah. What do we put in here? Well, we're in the on update, so it may as well be scene. Main scene, that one. On update. Delta time. Well, that just got rid of a mess. But what about that stuff that we got down there in ImGUI? Will that still work? Why not? Why not indeed? So, what doesn't it know about? Main scene. Well, we're in the main scene, we're inside it, so that disappears. That's a good start. This 0 is still the same. That's still the same. That's still the same. But now this is 1. Render a 2D, draw quad. We don't know what a main scene is because we are it. Good. Everything's now working there. We just need a renderer. A renderer 2D is direct. Good. Thank God for that. For now, we're going to keep with the 2D idea, I suppose. Hash include, I guess. Okay. Now it knows what a renderer 2D is. We are inside amber skies, so we don't need to tell it that. Let's get rid of all of the amberness. We're no longer in the person's application. We're inside the game engine. Okay, that's cleaned it up considerably. But there's zeros and ones, and there's two things happening that are the same. Let's see if that works first of all. Wins. Well, yes, it does. But do I trust it? No, this is Visual Studio. I do not trust it. So we'll rebuild, we'll scrap the whole thing, and we'll just rebuild it all. Let's see how many mistakes I've made. In the whole project, how many mistakes have I made so far today? This is what I call a sanity check. If you download it and decide to build the debug version of this, because the release, well, you can get it to work, but I'm not going to go through that. I just looked at it for after a couple of hours and said, forget it, I'm not going there. The reason it doesn't work is because Visual Studio doesn't work. Does it work? Yep, so you can download it. Code works. But you know that's not the final code. Obviously. There's repetition in the code. So, the scene doesn't know what you've done. It doesn't know how many entities you've got. Hasn't got a clue. What would happen, for instance, if I were to say, where is all this lot held? Well, it's a number. For starters, we can't put this here. Can we? Yes, we can. Secondly, why do we need two lots of these? What would happen if I were to say transform and material? Okay. We can probably do that. So we'd have to go through two components. Well, you wouldn't really. No, you wouldn't. But we're going to. Okay, for index equals 0, because that's our first number. Index has to be an integer, I guess. 32 would probably be helpful. 32-bit integer. or an int, if you want to call it that. That's a 64-bit one, never mind. Half an int. So there's the index. We'll keep the index within boundaries by keeping it less than the max entities or something. Max something. We'll keep it less than that, and because it's an index, we'll just keep adding to it like good little people should. Now, if we'll come back to this thing here, haven't we? Why are these? Oh, yeah, right, okay. I don't care about them being wrong for a second. So if we've got that there, we don't want to do the unused ones, we want to do the used ones, please. Which is why you have to set them to unused if you destroy them. We are going to do the following. We are going to get a transform. For that index. Index can go in here as well. There's that little number for which ones are being used. We would like material for that index or that entity. We could call that entity. Make more sense, wouldn't it? Okay. It would be better English to do that. So if the entity is used, not unused, we will grab its transform, we will grab its material. Now remember, I went to all that trouble with this draw quad thingy. We can now use a transform. And the material. If it ever decides what a material is. Did I spell it differently? You see, I have to check the spelling now because it hasn't turned green. It just makes you so... Could you turn fecking green, you little sod? I'm sorry, I'm getting annoyed with this now. It tends to make me double think things. It hasn't a clue what a material is. Oh, it does now, all of a sudden. Stupid damn system. And that's what we're left with. And yes, it works. We no longer need all of this garbage. We just need a little bit of garbage instead. Less can go wrong now, he says. And there you go. That's it. There is your entity component system complete. But you haven't written get entity. Well, it's a number. Who cares? And that's your scene. A nice simple scene. Not very complicated at all. Draw quad could be more complex as well, but hey ho, we're not going there today. How many errors do we get if we do that? Oh, what do you mean we weren't using that struct anymore? How many errors do I get if I remove that? Or better still, remove that. I'm hoping it'll show the errors. Oh, we've got one. Split that off. So add a quad, add a transform. Add a quad, add a transform. Debug is complete. First quad, second quad. There you go. Don't need anything else to it there. Just a couple of notes to remind me. We're at 282 lines, and I write downwards. To give you an idea, our original code, all of this lot, was 458 lines of code, and we're doing roughly about the same thing. roughly. Maybe even a little bit more. And that's why you want to use an ECS. Because all of a sudden, your rendering becomes that. Alright, so begin scene and end scene. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That takes a camera. Well, we define our camera here. Do we need to? If I was, for example, going to do... Well, actually I won't do it like that, I'll do it the other way. If I did that, what would change? Well, camera on update would change. Camera on event would change. So we'd need an event. We will need an update. Surprisingly, very little changes, does it? Okay. Let's go to our scene and ask it if it can handle this. I want to keep that together. Yeah, we'll keep all that together. How does it know about my camera? No idea, but it shouldn't. There's an include pathing somewhere to it. It's in render 3D. We could use the 2D camera if you want. We should use a 2D camera, really, shouldn't we? But it doesn't say scene 2D on it, so stuff it. No, we'll use a perspective camera. So we have a perspective camera now. Ooh. Actually, we'll put it back over here. That'll alter our scene a little bit. Not a lot. to that. Bye-bye to you. That was easy. On update. We can cut that out. That becomes render. That looks good. Oh, wait a minute. We don't need that anymore. Ooh, that looks nice. Guess what's going to go here? Do we need the render command in? That note now no longer exists because we've literally just done that. That's your whole rendering system, reduced to 2 commands for the user. Do we really need the render command in there? No. We don't, do we? So it isn't render anymore, because we're taking you out. Because that really goes... here. Got no includes there. No includes there. So what is it? I think the render command's 3D, isn't it? I think we've got a 2D version of it. And you can't find that. Alright. Can now render command it. The clear colour's been set inside of here, so that's fine. It's not up to us, that's up to the user. We can now do all of that. What else were we telling ourselves we couldn't do? We couldn't do the on event. Okay. Isn't it on event private? It's public. Shouldn't be public from the scene, it should only be public from the layer. Fair enough. Void. On event. Hold on a minute, layers go through the on event system. Does the scene? No, it doesn't. Okay. That will be event. We need to call this. And event. This function needs to be called. By the event system. Otherwise it'll never happen. And the camera will stop working. I want it here. I don't trust this game. Want it at the top. What we're putting in here. You. We no longer need to know about the camera. That's nice. I like that idea. Not knowing about the camera, just let it work its own little magic. Right, that on event system will never happen because nowhere in the system or in the game engine is that being called. Right, so our layers are here. I'm thinking the camera should be done last. Or first? Last. Because eventually the movement system will be taken off it anyway. Or should be optional. Whose scene? The scene? Any scene? We don't have one. in the ECS system. We'll pop you in there. I think that's fair enough, isn't it? I'm not sure this will work actually. What do we want? E. Wow, that's a big one. Scene on event E will not pick up. Oh, it's telling me to get food, is it? Okay. It needs an object. Of course. Key press, key mouse button, yeah. We're doing the camera here, weren't we? So that would be underscore main scene. On event. Event. Which has suddenly become blue. Which is why people use E. Well, the camera seems to be working all right. That's working. I hate to say it, but I think it's working. I shouldn't really hate to say it, but... Right, let's just move that. No. Let's see what happens when I rotate. Yeah, one is in front of the other. Yeah, I thought it was. By 10 centimeters. In other words, barely. Yeah, they're on different planes. That's okay. Lovely. It all works. Just works. Not a problem with that at all. I've earned a cup of coffee, and I don't care what anybody says, as we are now at 3:43. and we have a working system. In less than 200 of mine, well, 300 of my lines, which is less than 100 of other people's lines, because I write down the page. Oh, did I forget to tell you? Yeah. Where did you want this thing anyway? Interesting, huh? Only keep it there because I guess it's somewhere to keep it. Be right back. Gonna make a coffee. Enjoy the scene. what happened there? This is loose. Okay, I've got to do something about that. If I... Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work. Shh, don't tell anybody. Mind you, you're not going to anyway, are you? Right, so yeah, we have a fully fledged... Well... Let's see, not what we have, but what we don't have. Batch rendering. Ooh, yeah. We don't have that. That could cause problems. Okay. We have ECS, obviously. That's on the screen at the moment. That's done. All you do is add to it, by the way, and then improve it over time. That's a different story. What don't we have? I know I want to go into batch rendering on that, but we're still in the 2D layer. And I want to get on with 3D. Obviously. Or 2.5D at least. Right, let's look through the code. Anything we need to change? Anything standing out massively? It shouldn't be here. Initializing quads isn't too difficult. Fraps. So I was thinking the other day about fraps. I do not believe ever in relying on frames per second as a measure of how good a piece of software is. We'll go into that later. It was something that I thought about literally yesterday. Right, Fraps is a universal Windows application that can be used with games. I mean, Fraps has been around for 20 years or so. I mean, this is February 26, 2013 that I'm reading now. To give you an idea of how old Fraps is. Can perform many tasks and can be best described as benchmarking software. No, it can't. You can't benchmark using FPS. Screen capture software, real-time video capture software. All I want to know is the FPS. I can work it out myself. Should we work it out ourselves? Well, I already know the FPS. It's 60 frames per second. That's what I mean. It's not a benchmark. The screen update runs once every 60th of a second. So I know what it is already, but I want to know if it drops below that. We could just print it out in the title bar. And be lazy. But that adds to your FPS. Or decreases your FPS. Considerably. As you are changing your window structure once every 60th of a second. It's not a cheap operation to do. That's why I wanted something external, just to watch it. Unrestricted full version. Well, that's that gone then. It used to be free. Obviously, they decided they wanted to make it into a profit-making thing. Never mind. Oh well, stuff that then. Ooh, what's this? I did do an FPS counter halfway through. Did we leave it in? Or did I delete it because I don't like FPS counters? Because they're a waste of time. I don't want it for anything, performance-wise, but I just wanted to check something. I don't really think it's worth checking. We had a simple timer. We are doing the first time, last time thing, so yeah, we could work it out quite easily from that. I'm not doing it. It's not something I'll ever use past what I was thinking. I don't think it really matters. I'll be able to tell anyway if it goes below 60. That's not the point. Right. What do we have here? Set as startup project. This is a project I'm thinking about because I've already done most of it. Ooh, that's a lot of garbage. But there's no point in me doing it, I found out, because this is debug. So this was going to be the start of Sandrogue. As you can see, I've written a lot of it. We've got the entry point, we've got the application, which starts up a core layer. The core layer has a camera, which we now know we don't need. We need one of those instead. Oh no, that went on the floor. Never mind. So we need one of them. And that replaces that line there. Nice. It's a raw pointer. Bye bye. Lovely. Now, let's see what we've actually got here. This is Sandrogue, a game. It's not a particularly exciting game. What you've got to do is you've got to spot the black cat in the black dark room. No lights. So if you can tell me where it is, and I can tell you now it's a Schrodinger's experiment because I haven't put the cat in the room. On event, BM underscore main scene. an event. Can I call it event? Or will it go blue? Fan-frigging-tastic. Poor lonely E. You'll never live it down. On update, we have m_main scene. On update. And that takes in delta time. Very hard to set up a game, isn't it? On startup. Don't really want to do much, not right now. What colour is amber? It's got a GLSL. Amber is a multi-API shader test framework. Is it now? Where's colours? Why can't they just give a straight answer? $150. Is it really? I don't believe them. I would say 05 at the end. I don't need the extras. That's green. It's not fucking amber. Red, yes. G. Let's go that way round. Put more red in. Yeah, that's close enough for a biscuit. Right. Could do it being a lot darker. I like the way the shadow comes up, but it's useful. Less. Looking at what I just spilt all over the floor. Oh dear. So that's running at 60 frames per second. I know this because my graphics card's fan hasn't even turned on. If it was running at faster than 60 frames per second, then my graphics card would turn on. If we ran it from the event system, then you would hear some whirring in the background. But as we're not, we are running it from the onUpdate system, which runs once every 60th of a second. Then the whole thing's fine. That's a horrible colour. We can do better than that. Let's go with 30. Halve it, 15. 7. It's closer. Okay, so we want to get these values all the way down, so we have to go down to 10. Which means this would be 0.045 and this would be 0.012. Yeah, I'll do it. That should get me amber. Dark amber. It does. Perfect. Brown. Amber is brown. A gold brown, but it's see-through, so ho-ho. Well, let's see what I want to talk about today. Today I wish to talk about something that is now on my mind as a programmer trying to do all of this lot. The reason I'm not going to continue doing it, I do so much want to put that batch renderer in there though. I could play around doing it, I suppose. I don't know. Because there's no point. Doesn't matter what I do, this is never going to work. One, because what happens in release mode? Oh, it takes it an hour to work that one out, and it's still working on it. Okay, we're now in release mode. This is my game in release mode. Shouldn't work any differently. Remember, all the code works. (151 errors). And that's after taking I'm GUI out of the equation. So where lies the problem? Let's release. You can see I was playing with this before. I've got the solution going to the correct place. No changes here that I can think of. Nothing changed in here. Good, right. We have our full include directories, source, amber skies, dependencies. We don't have I'm GUI as a dependency because we're not using it. Everything's there. All my dependencies are there. Okay. So we can see them. Optimizations are all me warnings and garbage stuff. If well, Amber Debug shouldn't be in there, should it? Oops. That can come out. Now it's really going to crash. Because we're not in debug mode. CRT secure no warnings. Should I really have that? No. Not really. So we'll take that out for now. This is release mode and it's got N debug. Or no debug, I think that means. Console. Yeah, that's correct. $151 errors. Not changed a thing. Okay. So that's not happening. I'm not even going to look through that. Well, let's go to the linker where all the errors are. Okay. Don't need any of that because I'm not going to be using anything. I've got the includes. Maybe we should use something. What have you got in here, Mr. Librarian? OpenGL. There you go. I've got 2. OpenGL and glfw3.lib. We haven't got any library directories. Hey, librarian. Additional library directories. Solution there, and some percentage thingy. Solution dir X64 Debug. We've got that in release, have we? Oh dear. That's probably why that's not going to work very well. I'll come back to you in a second then. No, I'm not copying garbage. So let's have a look at this. Right, the first one's okay. What's X64 Debug for? This is in where? Solution there. There isn't an X64 debug. There isn't one in Amber Skies. There isn't one in Amber Box. Got packages here. Don't know what the feck that's doing there. I didn't put it there. So I'm guessing that that doesn't exist. So all we need is a GLFW. Okay. If this works, I'm gobsmacked. $151 errors. That did nothing. Okay. Let's just check that I did add the reference to this. I did. Okay. Do we have a release of Amber Skies? Release. Amber Skies. Amber Skies lib. Yes, we do. Do you think we should add that in? Put Amber Skies in as a dependency, which is what that reference was supposed to do. So do we trust Visual Studio is the real question. Skies lip. We'll apply that one. In general, just add it onto the end. It's going to be solution de. So dollar solution de. It's on the linker, so it's somewhere in here. And then we just put in bin release X64 Amber Skies. Put semicolon at the end. Amber Skies.lib. Okay. Oh. Solution. Rebuild. And if you're wondering about I'm GUI, well, to give you an idea of what I've done, if you go down to the I'm GUI bit, it's not there. We're not using the code. We're not using any I'm GUI whatsoever. If you look inside of the GUI layer, we're not using any ImGUI whatsoever. You get the idea. Well, we're not supposed to be. 151 errors. Hasn't changed. Hold on a minute. What is going on here? What are these 151 errors? At this point, you start thinking maybe there's something not quite right going on. Hold on a minute, amberskies.h. Let's just have a quick look in here. Oh, look, I took it out. Where do these errors come from? Where are these errors? One succeeded, one failed. So one succeeded. Amber Sky succeeded. But my project doesn't. EGL context object error. That's not my code. Not me, not me, not me. I don't think that's me either. Could be the context. Why wouldn't the context? I've now got OpenGL included, so we can get a context. Unresolved external symbol. This means that the linking between my project and Amber Skies isn't working. The link for that symbol isn't there. Or the link for that thing isn't there. WGL. Hold on a minute. Well, I might know how to sort that out. Is that in common? No, put it under Amber Platforms Windows, yeah. Enable these. Amber Debug just enables the asserts, which we don't want for release. Why is that showing up? We're in release mode. Amber Debug's on in release mode. Oh, got to down to a small window now. And it is. We should not be in debug mode. As you can see, those have now greyed out, they're not in use, and all asserts now mean nothing. In other words, the code works. Also, this is going to tell us. So somebody's lying to me somewhere, aren't they? Built. 151 errors. This 151 seems a bit stable. We don't seem to be affecting it very much by putting everything into release mode properly, do we? So maybe that's not the problem. So it's still compiling I'm GUI. But we're not referencing it or accessing it. So let's go back to this output because I don't think this list is very good. OpenGL shader. Unresolved external. That's mine. Joysticks. OpenGL shader. Why don't we have an OpenGL shader? It should be accessible, even though we're not actually using it, I don't think. But indirectly, we probably are. Because our screen is OpenGL. So obviously we have some way touched on the OpenGL shader maybe. But why is it not there? It's in platform. That doesn't matter. We don't access it ever. We only go through here. And wait a minute. Let's look at that again. OpenGL shader. We're not accessing that. That's here. At no point will we ever access that. But saying that, we're accessing this. We're accessing render. Do we have to access it to make our game work? We shouldn't do, because the shader is given to us by this thing. We haven't asked it to do anything with the shaders at all, but a shader is involved. So that's our first clue. Monitor object. Joysticks. We've never accessed a joystick. More joysticks. The Windows object. Win32. Hold on a minute, have we got Windows included? Well, got all the Windows stuff included. Monitors Windows. What's this got to do with the shader? And this is what made me think, WGL, this had to do with I'm GUI. Have I missed an I'm GUI reference? Well, funnily enough, yes I have, in a way. Alright, let's try this out. In our solution, let's go to I'm GUI and switch it totally off. And I mean totally off. So dependencies. I'm GUI. So everything from the header down to here. stop compiling it. In the back ends, look at this circular. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Thank you. In the back ends, I've got these two. And these three. That's it. That's all we have. Okay. Amber skies. Build. It didn't even rebuild. Okay. Amber skies. Rebuild. Right, there's no I'm GUI coming up. So if I've missed anything, it will now scream and shout at me saying, but you've got no I'm GUI. I bet I've missed something. It's not unknown for me to miss things, by the way. I'm not perfect, by far. But usually I do know my own software well enough that, yeah, I didn't miss anything. $151 errors. So it's not got anything to do with I'm GUI at this point. But that OpenGL thing, shaders. Why does it need a shader? Interesting idea. Maybe we do. Who would access a shader for me? What are we actually using from here? We're not using any of this, are we? We're not issuing any commands, no nothing. What are we actually using? I think that's going to be the biggest question here. So, common doesn't matter. Common doesn't just uses this stuff. Maybe we need this stuff in here. Oh, it is in here. Maybe I've tried this before. Whoops. Okay, so that's our common out of the way with. That's got nothing to do with this. We're including Amber Skies and core.h. Core.h being our little thing here. Hold on a minute, was there something on the output list there from core.h? Can't bloody tell. I think there was. Right, we'll ignore that for a second anyway. What have we got in here? Am I using any of these things here? This is Sandrogue. This uses application. Application. So we need application. That's a good start. In CCP, we are using main scene amber scene. A render command to set the clear color. A delta time, an event, a key pressed event, a mouse button event. This is not very difficult to add up, is it? We're not using UUIDs, and neither should we be. That's an internal only. Layers and layer logs we are using. Logging we are using. I want that available. ECS. We haven't got that far yet. But I want that available. Events. Yeah, we're using events. Input key codes, mouse codes, orthographic camera controller. Well, we're not using that one anyway, I know that. I've given up using that for now. Perspective. Oh, well, we'll keep going down the list. Input key codes and mouse codes. Yeah, we want to be able to use those. Render 2D. Yeah, we've got this orthographic camera coming in again. Can we get rid of it? Are we using render 2D? Not. No. Are we using the texture API? No. Did we initialize a renderer? No. Is renderer 3D in here? Yes. So we don't need that. Renderer 3D. Do we initialize our renderer anywhere? No, we don't. Yet we set the clear color. Well, you can. It's a command. It's not. We're not using the renderer yet. So let's get rid of the renderer in a second. Textures we're not using yet. Buffers we're not using. Perspective camera we use. Well, no, we're not. We've got a scene. Where's our scene? Is that what's missing? It's not in ECSH, is it? It damn well is. So we've got our scene. Render command we're using. There. Renderer. We actually aren't using it yet. Shade API, we're not using it. Oh, that didn't go well. For some reason, just overwrote it. And vertex arrays. No, we're not using those right now. We're just using that render command. Input. Yeah, that's events. But not using it. Okay, that's everything but the render command there. We are using mouse and key. Main scene. Not messing around with the event system. That can be tricky. We're not logging anything. I don't think we are anyway. Soon find out. We are using a layer. It's here. Delta time and application. Right. Okay. Have we got any red marks coming up? Well, we don't really know because, as I've said before, this thing takes years to work things out. Let's try. Okay, do I need to press return or something? Sometimes it works on return. I can't see any red squiggly marks coming up. I don't know. I don't trust this anymore at all. It gives me red squiggly marks when it shouldn't do, and then doesn't when it should do. That's fecking brilliant, isn't it? Great system. It's called IntelliSense. I think they removed the UN from the beginning of that word. Right. Should work. 151 errors. Hold on a minute, we've got a GLM include here. We're not using GLM. Go. 151 errors. They're all the same errors, aren't they? Yeah, still got this OpenGL shader. Okay. Let's rebuild. This is in release mode. Debug, fine, no problem. You carry on, do anything you want. Release mode, hold on a minute, you can't do that. We've got 151 errors to suddenly deal with. And it's linking errors, so it's to do with libraries. 151 errors. Right, so it's got nothing to do with includes. We've decided that now. Good. So this is how I go about trying to, I'm not going to say solve a problem, but learn about cause and effect. We've also got 20 warnings instead of the 16 that we're supposed to have. That's another problem. Well, it's not a problem. That's another cause and effect. I don't have problems, I only have solutions. That's how I've lived my life, and that's how it will always be. If you don't know, if you do have problems, then you are part of that problem. Think about that. I am not part of this as a problem. So, therefore, it is a cause and effect. It is not a problem. So this cause and effect is on the linker. The linker is Microsoft. And Visual Studio is made by Microsoft, so you would think that Visual Studio would know how to link applications made within Visual Studio. And if it couldn't do, then it should present you with an error of some kind or description that was, well, more than useful. Right, let's just quickly look at that error. No, don't look at the error list. Let's, yeah, go on, we'll have to. Which one was it? Let's have a look at this in a better format. Alright, so we've got some mallocs and stuff going on. That's a mem move. That's standard library. And it's coming out of amber skies, yeah, because that's what we're trying to go against. Okay, that's all standard library. Vector destructor iterator. Well, that's not in my code. So it's in somebody's code. I've got something here in Sandrogue at long last. Main CRT startup. So that's the C runtime startup linking not. We shouldn't have one. So let's take a look at that, shall we? We don't have one. And I know that for certain. Ignore all default libraries. Interesting. Ignore specific default libraries. Have we got that in Sunrogue? We have. Maybe we shouldn't. There you go. The whole problem was a library that you have to remove whilst debugging. Okay. Do we trust that? Can I take all of those libraries and things out that now, that pathings and things out that I shouldn't have needed to put in? Probably, but I'm not going to. Can I put back into amber skies I'm GUI? Right, amberskies.h. Undo changes. Yes. Oh. Why didn't it tell us this? I had to hunt all the way through this lot to find it. Interesting. Git changes. Oh, what else have I done? No, that was part of something I was doing before. Okay. What would I like to put back? Test 2D layer's got nothing to do with this. We'll close you a minute. We haven't made it. We're not making any changes here. ECS. That was prior. It's not come up with the fact that I've just removed the whole of I'm GUI. Okay. That's a tad suspect. So I'm going to put it back in. So it was from H to the bottom. Now remember, I'm GUI shouldn't work. Whether it's inside or outside of the project, because I've switched it off. So back into the back ends. U2 and U3. It's thinking about it. I'm sure I just started doing something then, and then I put it down. And I have no idea where I put it. This is a problem of having no memory. It's alright, I've lived with it all my life, so I'm used to it. I've got a photographic memory, and that's the problem. Okay, you finished now, have you? And it's not your problem, it's mine. Everything's in. That's good news. Right. Rebuild. Now we're building ImGUI back in. It's not accessed anywhere within the code and therefore shouldn't interrupt or make anything upset. Do we agree? Right, should we try this again? I find this kind of thing very, very interesting. Not because I want this software to work for other people, but because I want you to be able to download and at least be able to go into release mode. You know, you might want to make something with this game engine. Heaven forbid. Well, actually, you can make games with it now already. As long as you don't go over 10,000 entities, you'll be fine. But that's what I wanted to test, isn't it? Alright, we're succeeding now. We're fine. We've found the real problem behind it all. So we had 151 errors because Microsoft needs a runtime library to be able to run a release build. Debug builds aren't run on the runtime library. They're run using the Visual Studio debug facilitation thingy. And am I still actually in release mode, still clicking the button for running it in debug? Am I? Yes, I am. My bad. There you go. That's how it should look. And I've now got an extra window open somewhere. Oh, it automatically closed it for me. Fine. Giveaway alert. I don't want to give away. Everything's on YouTube. Good. I'm finding all of that very interesting. So, there you go. You got release mode now. Solution. Git changes. Basic ECS is now complete. As you can see, it's working. And release mode fixed. I don't know how many X's are on fixed, but I think there's that many. Alright. Here's your code. Go grab it. Interesting stuff. Now, how well... I mean, if you're going to make a game using currently what's in this engine, if you want to go 3D, you'll have to put in your own model loader. Very sorry. I do have one for you if you want it, though. A very simple one. In actual fact, no, it's a full 3D blown model loader. Who cares? It's not that simple at all. It's bloody good. And if you did want the lighting shaders, I've got those for you as well. That's beside the point. You can now write games. And I was going to write a game at this point, or start writing me game, called Sandrogue. Everybody who's ever seen me on my thing knows that I develop a game called Sandrogue, and I always go as far as I can until things aren't quite right, and then I stop. In this case, I stopped and I decided, oh, what the hell, I'll make a game engine for Sandrogue. Which is where all this came from. And I spent 6 weeks doing that. And this is what I came up with. I mean, if I went on for another week, I'd probably have a full 2D batch renderer. I'd be starting the 3D batching renderer, not the batch renderer itself. And basically making things reasonable for a user to expect good performance. Which is, it's actually already got good performance, because there's a lot of things here that I need to talk about. Which is why we're not going to have time, are we? Oh well. I think that's a brilliant game. Spot the Black Cat, it's called. Right. You can't win in the game, by the way. There's no win condition, but you can play it with the kids for hours, if there's nothing on TV. Well, actually, it'd be Spot the Amber Cat now, or Dark Brown Cat. I don't like that colour. I'll play around with colours for a minute, whilst we're talking. Sometimes it just needs to be a little darker and a little brighter, and then all of a sudden it'll just come into the kind of colour that I want. A bit redder. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a lot browner though, isn't it? You can fade it, by the way. In and out. It's gone a bit more purpley, maybe a bit more blue then. I like purples. The problem is I've got to get everything down below 0.5, so let's put that down to 0.5 anyway. You can't have a 1. You have to have a 0.5 for background colours. Or less. No, let's make it 0.4 then. And that should turn it towards the grayer. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect for a background colour. It's got a little hue to it, so it's not black. That's all you want. A bit of a red hue. Anyway. Why can't I make the game? Why can't I just go ahead and do the game? Because the first thing I was going to do is inventories. An inventory system, because that's where I stopped on the game series. We stopped at inventory and items because I didn't have a structured way in which I could do an item system with the same ECS that I've got in here. I couldn't think of a decent way of doing it. And I was going to use the game engine to develop the idea further. And that could have been interesting. But there's a bigger problem than that. And that's the amount of code. Now, I write down the screen, as you may already know, and we are now approaching, or even past, the first 1,000 lines of code in the game engine. And it's a properly developed game engine. But added to that are the thousands of lines of code in the dependencies. So my code is now getting to the stage where if we say solution, rebuild solution in release mode. Oh god, it's going to cuck up on... Maybe not. We'll see. I think I've got ignore MSVC. Yeah, I bet I have. What's the problem with this? Except that it's going to throw a few errors out for Sandbox, probably. 159. Well, it's different for Sandbox, I guess. I should have fixed that, shouldn't I? Release. Remove. Set a startup project. Run. It's fine. Absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What's it talking about? Anyway. It's the number of lines of code is what I've now got to. And that's what I want to talk about. Let's give ourselves a little bit of space on here, shall we? After we've done our ECS. We've actually got it working. Don't need to focus on it anymore. Done. You don't actually need much more than that, actually, to get an ECS. To be quite honest with you, that ECS will work up to the point where you go from AA to AAA games. I know that's horrible to say, but it's true. Right, did you notice? Look at that. How it sticks. Do you know why? Because of what we're about to talk about. And what we're going to talk about is something called lines of code. And this is very, very important to a programmer. Do I have too many lines of code? No. In fact, you've watched me go through this very, very precisely. And program in such a way that I haven't been generating too many. In fact, I've been reducing the amount of code you need. So if you look at any one of these, you'll see that they are very precise. Yeah, okay, we've got some tracing going on in there to make sure that we're doing all the right things. But there's not a lot of code. Renderer API. There's not really that much code, is there? I haven't been throwing the code around. I've been trying to use minimal code. Not going very high, are we, on the counters? I think the biggest one that we've got is the shader. I think this is the biggest code that we've got. And that's only because I haven't gone back through it and reduced it properly. But that goes all the way to 700 divided by 4, less than 200 lines of code. That's the largest code that we've got, is the shader. Why? Because we have to use all of this garbage for making it here. Which is fine. It's all here. all of this lot compiling and checking the compile and all the rest of it. So we're actually checking for the errors as well whilst it's compiling it on the graphics card. I thought I'd do it in full. In other words, instead of, you know, ducking out of the check. That's all well and good. Let's just have a look at glad.c. That's not me doing that. These are all compact lines of code. We're not dividing by nothing here. 1,800 lines. This doesn't get compiled, I know. 3,695 lines. Hey, that's nothing. Quick look in our dependencies. We're not using that. GLFW is compiled. I haven't got the source code. GLM. We're using GLM. We do have some source code. Let's pick any one. Let's GLM header. These guys haven't been too bad, but that's just a header. Have we got CPP? No, because it's a header-only file. Ah, okay. You only compile what you need, in other words. So that's a good one. Oh, we've got some CPPs here. Speed log. That's big. Ah, right, these are just redirections. That's fine then. That one's not bad. I wonder how many lines is GLFW? It's quite a few. Brings me to the bigger problem. Msvcrt, which we've just had to open up, is a lump of code that allows your program to run. It's a runtime for MSVC. Why do we need it? We've just compiled everything into machine code, haven't we? Yes, we have. An executable piece of code. Why can't we just run it? Well, if you're on Linux, you can. However, Microsoft Visual C, you can't. You need a bridge. Something to bridge. Let's call it a driver. Something akin to a driver that you would use for a printer, a mouse, keyboard. Drivers. Okay. Drivers don't do much, do they? Unfortunately, they have to convert all of your inputs to outputs for the processor. Oh, actually not the processor, the preprocessor to use. As inputs to a preprocessor, and all of the processor outputs come back through the driver back to you. So drivers are two ways. So that is two-way. In its simplest form. Remember, I'm a simple person. Okay, so we've got drivers. What else have we got? We've got an operating system. What does the operating system do? It allows your computer to operate. But what does it do? It's a two-way talks to CPU drivers. In its simplest form. It's the link. It goes there. Software. Oops, don't know why that keeps happening. In its simplest way. It's those little lines between. Let's just say you've got small drivers, very well-made drivers, drivers that do very little. They've got to have a piece of code for talking, two ways, so that's two pieces of code, in and out to the CPU, and in and out to your software. So that's four pieces of code. Now these drivers don't change, they don't know what the software is or anything, so they need a go-between called an operating system. The operating system has to have some way of linking your driver to your CPU and to your software. It also needs to be able to boot your device. So it needs code for that. How to start your device up. I'm going to say update, sorry. Yeah. Can't spell it like that. It's got to be able to multi-thread and multi-process. Totally two different ideas. And I've only just started. How big is your operating system? How many lines of code? I can actually give you an answer to that. Well, an estimate. Let's just estimate your operating system lines of code, shall we? Let's call the driver thousands. Sorry, Poppy, I'll get out of your way. Go on. I don't know how to spell thousands, so I'll spell it like that. Low thousands? How many in your operating system? One, two, three, 5,000 lines? How's about hundreds of thousands of lines? Well, if it was 7 years ago, I could have told you that it was about 55,000 lines. I don't know. Google. How many lines of code are there in Windows OS? Students of the Code.org tutorials Code Studio have written 27 million lines of code. No, it's not a lot. Yeah, it isn't roughly 50 million. Okay, so yeah, I was right. I was thinking. 7 years ago, it was 56 million. Lines of code. And that was in 2015. How many lines of code has Windows got today? We don't know, they won't tell us. And nobody's counted, because they gave up. What does that code do? It boots up your device and it interfaces drivers and software. How many drivers do you use? One per item attached to your computer. How many items have you got attached to your computer? 10? Let's say 10. We're not going to count them. I don't care. 5.6 million lines of code for 10 items. Or 5.6 million lines of code per item attached to your computer. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? It's not a correct relationship value, by the way, because obviously your operating system has to be able to handle drivers that aren't on your system. But aren't drivers standardized? Don't they all go by a format of input and output? Should there only be 10 different types of drivers? No. Every single driver is different. No, there's no standard. There's no standard in the industry. Drivers are software. There is no software standard for drivers that anybody's going to take any time now. AMD especially abused that a few years ago, as there was a big discussion about their drivers cheating on their graphics cards. But hey ho, who cares about that? I don't. So I'm writing a program, and here is my CPU. And he's got his little legs going off there, and he's got his little legs going off there, and he's got his little legs going off there, and he's got his little legs going off there. We go through at least I was going to say at least 50, it's more like 100 million by now. 56 million. It's exponential, by the way. Lines of code. I'm not even going to count them. To get to my software that I'm writing. At least. That's not just conservative. That's abhorrently conservative. In fact, at least half. I'm only quoting you 50% of the problem. Or the problem. Now, people have given talks on this, and they've shown the graph. Lines of code. Let's draw the graph, shall we? It goes something like number of lines and of course across the bottom we've got the year, and it usually starts around about 1980, and we'll just go up to 2015, shall we? And the graph goes something like this. Oh, no it doesn't. It goes nothing like that. Actually, 1990 is probably a better date. Should we go from 1990? I can handle 1990. Did I remind you that I've got a long-term memory? Let's go from 1990, 25 years. Let's do 25 years of Windows. In 1990, on this graph, you can see the line nearly. It's about there. By 1995, it's about there. By the year 2000, it's going up to about there. And there. This is actually the way it really went. That's the actual graph. No joke. Fact. Not my opinion. How long will my software be able to run on a PC? Forever? No, it's going to break. When? Soon. What's the point of me writing another 1,000 lines of code? None. What's actually going to happen? Windows will stop working one day. What are all those lines of code? What happened? What happened was Windows 95 came along. They couldn't handle how much code there was in the system. So if we draw a dotted line across here, Windows 95. And that goes down here to a date. Windows 95. Then what came along? Windows 97. A couple of years later. It's not changed much. Up to 98, 2000. Then what happened? Windows 10. Why the discrepancy? And why did it peter out for a while? Because they stopped development. Yes, they weren't developing it. Windows 10, when it came out, was so full of bugs that it took them that many years to get rid of enough bugs for the damn thing to work. That's why the graph isn't exponential. It's got that dip in it, because they had to cut a lot out. But what they didn't do was remove the code from Windows 95. What they didn't do is remove the code from 1990. What they didn't do was remove the code from Windows 3.3. What they also didn't do was update the operating system. You are still on the same operating system. It's just got 56 million more lines of code than it had in 1980. In 1980, the lines of code was just under 20,000, if that. The operating system itself you could load onto a machine in 1980 and it would work, and it would fit inside memory. What was the memory size of a machine in 1980? What? 16K? 16 to 64K kilobytes, not megabytes, not gigabytes, kilobytes of memory. And we're still using that same operating system. I can show it to you. It's here. The operating system was this black box here. That's what your computer screen would look like after boot up. There was no Windows until 3.1. I don't know why it's called Windows 3.1 when it should have been called Windows 1, but it wasn't. It was 3.1. They got it wrong twice before, obviously. That's your operating system. Help. That's what your operating system actually does. It has that many commands in it. It's still the same operating system. It's actually got about 4 or 5 more, or maybe 10 more commands, but not many. 5. Less than that, actually. Yeah, we've got driver query now. We didn't used to have that. There was no problem with that because we didn't need drivers. You just plugged stuff in and it worked because everything used the chip. How many operating systems were there in 1980? Remembering all the operating systems are this size. They only have to do very little of this. They don't have to do much of it. How many operating systems were there? Millions. $1980. Millions of operating systems. How many do we have today? That you can use primarily on a PC to run games. Run a business. Oh, if I put run a business in, then there's 4. We've gone from millions of operating systems to 4. Why were there millions of operating systems in 1980? Because every game that released was released as a bootable disk. you put a disk into your machine, a floppy disk, and your machine would boot off that disk into whatever operating system the software company or the game company had placed on that disk, and they ran the game off the operating system that they made. Because everybody could write an operating system. Anybody. Even me. I still can, but that's beside the point. For somebody to write an operating system today, one person to write an operating system today, how many lines of code would they have to make? Oh, by the way, it's not as bad on Linux. There's only about, at the same point in time, 2015, there was only like 30 million lines of code in theirs. But Ubuntu's seen to that. It's nicely caught up. If I was to write an operating system today, so that I could boot up into my piece of software, how many lines of code would I have to write? And that's why people don't do it that way anymore. So what is all of that code? It's layers of code that have been built up month by month, year by year, since 1990, 25 years we're looking at. We're only going up to 2015. I'm not even going to talk about the last 7 years. I daren't. I would literally get very, very angry and blow my top. So I'm not going to. There's no point. It's not my problem. It's, unfortunately, if you're younger than the age of 30, it's your problem. Because those old geezers gave you this problem. We did it. It was us. That's how I know. Sorry. Did I play a part in all of this? Yeah. I ignored what was happening. And it had to happen. It couldn't happen any other way. It's called business. You can't throw away a year's worth of work and say, we're not going to do it that way anymore, we're going to do it this way. That's not how business works. It says, we've got this, improve it. So all of those lines of code, we just wrote over the top of it. Everything that came along that was new was just written on top of the old code. And the old code stayed there with its bugs. We used to have a joke in 1995 that Windows 95 had 30,000 bugs, and we were appalled by it. Those bugs are still there. But each year they added 30,000 more. Oh, they've solved a few of the bugs. Oh yeah. Maybe 1% a year. So let's say, no, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They solve 3,000 bugs per year. So they'll still left 27,000 outstanding per year. 25 years. AAA game hits the market, it's got bugs in it. My software hits the market, you download it and run it today, it's got no bugs in it. 0 bugs in my software that I've just written. Will you find one? Yes. I know I did. And that's why I'm stopping. Because I was disgusted. Not because of what I did as a programmer, but it wasn't my bug. I had to alter what I was doing because there is an underlying bug somewhere else. Nobody who is sane can now program a computer. And I refuse to go insane. And that's the truth. None of you, anybody who's trying to learn how to program a computer today, you are failing. You are failing by each year that passes. Because nobody's got rid of that old code. How many lines of code does it take to make an operating system? Less than 20,000 lines of code, and that's in assembly language. Yes, assembly language. Now, each line of code in C usually takes about 3 instructions in assembly, or so. 7,000 lines of C. No, C++, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. 7,000 lines of C++. I could do that in 7 weeks. 1,000 lines of code per week is very reachable by one person. I can write an operating system within a week, actually. I don't know if it's still there. Yes, I wrote everything that's on this page as well. Yeah. MMOs. Java. Oh God, why did I bother with Java? Research and development. Vulkan. Yes, I've done Vulkan. Quite a few games. Ramblings and Rants. I just wonder if this one's in there. This one is possibly in there already. Not bothering with that one. It might be in there. A bit of naval action. When I start streaming. Loading 3D models, 3D game programming. Oh, this is probably the best series that I did. For 1, 2, 3, 4. Goes all the way through the steps of what you would like to do. One of these has something to do with... I can search here, can't I? No, did I not release it? I did some assembly language just to remember how to do it, just to refresh my memory, because the last time I did assembly language fully, I was 16 years old. And I'm now over 50, obviously. I'm retiring this year. That's a shame. I like the music though. All videos, oh my god. I wouldn't have done it in Qt. I like Qt. I think it's a good library. It's now gone past its goodness. Test for audio balancing. My god, I even did that in those days. I don't do that anymore, do I? I did it on a box, a virtual box. Do you want a good laugh? I can't do that today. I can't run a virtual box on this machine. Because it runs in 32-bit and I'm on a 64-bit machine. Playing the Long War. XCOM. I wonder what order these are in. Done a few videos. Lots and lots of time on these videos. I even had a web page, which I wrote myself. Used to live on a server that's now switched off. In those days I used to have to use white backgrounds, oh my god. That reminds me of something I want to look up. But you can see avatar inherits base entity. I haven't changed much. That I was doing models and entities then, even back then. Yep, 3D models. One of these I was testing out how many you could have, and it wasn't on here. Shucks, never mind. I thought it might be on that one. But you can see how many models I could get on a screen at once, type of thing. Without any slowdown, even back then. It's 2 years ago as well. It's pre-updating things. SFML. Vulkan was interesting. It was pretty bad in those days. We had a few problems in those days. That was even 22 years ago, but today it's got a bit better. I should revisit it. Mission Impossible was fun. Not sure what I was doing on this one. At 1080p, alright. Welcome to Amber Skies, the future of 3D networks. Yeah. And my name is Blades. I was doing 3D networks back then. I was discovering whether I could, and the answer is yes, I can. Pretty simple. I can't remember the thumbnails. Oh well. Not to worry. One of these will have some assembly programming in somewhere. What? LWJGL? Oh, that's a flash from the past. Drawing randomly. Interesting things in here. Differing ideas, but they've all remained the same. Oh, that's a server I used to run. Yeah. A game. Full game. As you can see. Ultimate Online. Yes, I have the server for it. I also have it for EVE Online as well. But that one's not finished. That's what my setup looks like. Well, it's changed now. There's a great big computer here now. Not changed a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of information here that is not necessarily repeated, but remashed together, re-looked at, researched, and needs more buttons, yeah. I remember that. That was a funny episode. I think there's enough information on here for anybody to actually learn how to program properly, my god. What texture loader was he using? No idea. Nowadays I think I've just reverted to SBI image, basically because it's easy. Oh, it stopped at 3 years. These initial episodes are... Well, I'll go step by step through designing and everything. So yeah. My first experiments into the art of MMOs. And we never did get to the solution for the server. because SDL's got a bug in it. So that stopped. Anyway, that's the problem. So what I'm going to do next is I don't know. That's the problem I've got. Every time I try something, I get to the stage where I hit a bug that is somewhere in here. And I can't get past it. Because there's no logical way of getting past it. Somewhere in those 56 million lines of code there's a bug. Oh, there's also 56 million security holes. So Windows Defender doesn't stick a chance. Not sure what to do with this information yet, so I'm going to sleep on it. You lot go take care. I'm going to go and feed the cat. Take care and enjoy, and if you got to this part of the proceedings, well done. I doubt many will, and I don't think many people will care. I know I didn't used to care. So you take care. And above all, keep on programming. Keep on adding to the problem, and keep having fun.